Alrighty. We are streaming. Are we live? We are. We are. Alright. I can see my mic peaking. Everybody's streaming. Let me check one thing here. Just want to make sure. All right, there we go. We're good. All right. Well, last couple sessions, I've been working on a lot of UI work and crafting and pathfinding, and a little bit of combat. What I've been two things I need to focus on at the early stages of this game because I'm just a month and a half in, right? August 4th to wait, how far am I in now? Oh, August 4th. That's 1 month. I guess I'm 2 months, 2.5 months into this game project. Is localization and modding support. So that is the big goals for tonight is, well, first modding. Localization will be another stream. So the assets that I'm going to use, umod 2. So I've used this before, so I'm already familiar with it. Very, very powerful, very easy modding system for Unity that allows people to write in C#. It allows them to actually use Unity to build mods for your game. So it's an excellent tool. And it uses addressables too. So you get the win of one, you get modding, but you also get the ability to use addressables in a really easy way. So I can have sections of game content be an addressable package. So 3D models, all that stuff could be, or I can bundle away parts of the game content and addressables and not have to keep them in the main game project, reducing the footprint of the actual game. And it allows me to segregate 3D models, art, and some other stuff away unless I need it, and I'll load it into game memory. And to addressables, if you use addressables for loading content, so think about it, the core game doesn't load in any of the content it needs. So when you start your game up, if you're using addressables, it's just got a little bit of stuff to start screen. And then finally, if you go new game, it'll load in the stuff for the content it needs. And finally, but it allows your game to start up super fast too. And you don't have to load everything on the start of the game. Another cool feature of it, but ultimately it's the modding that is what makes it really, really powerful. So I'm using that, and then I'm also going to be leveraging Roslyn C# 2.0 runtime compiler. It allows you to compile and load C# source code at runtime using the .NET compiler platform, making it easy to add mod support, in-game coding, extensibility, and much more to your game. What this solves is one of the main problems with loading external code in the case of modding is the possibility for code to be potentially harmful if you have come from an untrusted source. Roslyn C# covers you in regard to security too. So execution security out the gate. So we're gonna basically do that. And I've done or let me see if I can just open this up. Yeah. So here's my deep research report, a strategic and tactical guide to implementing mod support in Unity 6 using UMod 2.0 and the Roslyn C# compiler. So this is pretty much a detailed project plan of how to use this, best practices, component deep dives, enabling scripting. Let me zoom in here. Just-in-time compilation. Mono. This backend is typically used for standalone builds on platforms like Windows, Mac, and Linux. The Mono runtime includes JIT compiler, making it fully compatible with Roslyn asset runtime compatibilities. IL2CPP, an intermediate language to C++. This backend is required for platforms that have stricter security and performance requirements, such as iOS, Android, and all major consoles and WebGL. It does ahead of time compilation, meaning all C# code is converted to C++, then compiled into a native binary before the game is shipped. AOT environments explicitly forbid JIT compilation for security and platform policy reasons. Consequently, will not function on any platform that requires this. So the JIT versus AOT. Mobile console or web platforms with different approaches required to execute dynamically loaded code. And the most promising solution for this challenge is CLI, Common Intermediate Language Interpreter, such as .now. An interpreter works directly from a compiler instead of a JIT, compiling IL bytecode from a mod's assembly into native machine code. It reads each instruction. The .now interpreter is designed specifically for this purpose to load and execute managed code on. However, it comes with its own set of limitations that must be considered. Performance overhead, invoking methods. So I think I really am just targeting Windows and Linux. I may cut a Mac build, depends on the headache of that. And just, I don't know, I'm not a big Mac guy. So really, I'm good with mono backend here. I'm not going to go for Android. I'm not. Well, if I do cut a IL2 CPP build, modding will be disabled unless I use the CIL. So I may end up eventually figuring out how to use both. Roslyn compiles for mod tools and .now selector for in-game. So we may try to approach it from both ways, but I'm not targeting consoles. I'm not targeting mobile, really. Unless like the game takes off and whatnot, I may change my tune on that. Actually, so let's look at that real fast. 2.0. Add build pipeline support for extension PDBs. let's do a little. Let's go to the Discord and see if Unity 6. It works for me if I'm in play mode, so that could have been an issue. For reference, I'm on Mac Unity 6. Thank you again. It's all good. I really should be starting with Unity 6 anyways. I checked a while back, and since it was developed for Unity 6, I think it is using newer C# language features that are not available even in 2023, possibly. I think it could be made to work, but would need. Unfortunately, it will not be easy to support older versions. Sorry, I guess I can bring this over here. I think everything's gonna be fine. We'll find out shortly. So let's go back over here. All right, so let's continue this. So I'm gonna actually, so what I've done is I took my deep research report here, and I have took it to Notebook LLM, and I've created some stuff here. So let's watch this real fast, maybe.
Hey everyone, and welcome. Today we're diving into a developer's guide for adding mod support right into your Unity game. We're going to cover the strategy, the tools, and some really critical decisions you'll have to make to tap into the amazing power of your player community.
So here's our game plan. We'll kick things off with the why modding is such a big deal. Then we'll get into the nitty-gritty of picking the right tools. After that, we'll tackle the biggest platform decision you're going to face. Then talk about how to actually build a game that's ready for mods, lock down security, and finally, we'll lay out a clear roadmap to launch.
All right, first up, the power of modding. Before we touch a single line of code, let's really get our heads around why this is way more than just a feature. It's a total game changer for your project. I mean, the benefits are just massive.
All right, actually, I'll watch that one later. What I am gonna do is watch this guy. Or listen to this guy.
Dive, where we really try to get into the weeds on tough technical challenges for developers and hopefully lay out something like an actionable blueprint.
Yeah, make it make sense.
Exactly. So today we are immersing ourselves in, community content, specifically integrated client-side mod support in Unity.
Right.
This isn't just some, nice to have feature anymore, is it? It feels more like a critical long-term strategy these days.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, implementing modding well is probably the single best way to extend your game's lifespan, keep it relevant years after launch, and, build a really engaged community around it.
So if you're building a modern game, say in Unity 6, and you're thinking PC, maybe console, knowing how to build this kind of external, flexible framework is, it's pretty much non-negotiable.
It really is. And we are going deep today. We're focusing on the technical side, the architectural choices you have to make to get there.
Okay.
And this whole deep dive is kind of anchored around a specific, pretty powerful tech stack for Unity 6 projects. We're looking at Trivial Interactive's UMod 2.0 framework.
Right.
And its essential partner, the Roslyn C# Runtime Compiler 2.0.
Gotcha.
So our mission, really, is to give you that comprehensive strategic roadmap.
So here we're
Everything
going
from
to,
providing the core
I'm already
systems
doing
integration
this here.
right down to security
I'm already
policies
heavily
and how you might
data-driven.
phase the implementation.
Okay, but before we even touch architecture, we have to do this really critical safety check. I know this has caused a ton of confusion for developers. When we say UMod, we need to be crystal clear, right? Because there are two very different things with that name, and picking the wrong one, well, your whole strategy is basically dead on arrival.
It's absolutely crucial. The modding world is full of similar names for totally different tools. It happens.
Yeah.
So the framework we're digging into today, the one designed for client-side stuff, assets, scenes, player scripts, UI tweaks, that's Trivial Interactive UMod 2.0. It's on the Unity Asset Store. It's component-based.
Okay, Trivial Interactive UMod 2.0. Got it.
And that is completely fundamentally separate from the platform you find over at odd.org. That's the successor to Oxide, used for games like Rust.
And structurally, functionally, totally incompatible.
Totally incompatible, night and day.
So why does this distinction matter so much? I mean, beyond just the tech difference. If a dev grabs the wrong one by mistake, what's the strategic mess they're in?
Well, the failure is immediate because they're built for completely different worlds, different goals. Trivial Interactive UMod 2.0, that's for the Unity game client. It's all about letting players change their local game experience. The API structure revolves around this mod host thing we'll talk about.
Okay.
The mittermod.org framework. That's purely for the dedicated game server. It's for server admins, messing with gameplay logic on the server, managing server commands. It uses a completely different hook-based API.
Ah, so server side versus client side. If you grab the server tool for your client goals...
Yeah, you haven't just made a technical boo-boo. You've picked a tool that literally cannot do the job you want it to do, empower the player's local experience.
Right, big mistake.
So just to be super clear, we are focused 100% on client content modification today. That means Trivial Interactive's asset and its mod host system.
Excellent. Okay, distinction made. Let's get into that architecture then.
All right, so to
Probably
really
go
get how client-side
this.
modding works here, we need to start with the core object, the thing that manages everything. At the heart of this runtime system is the mod host object.
The mod host, okay.
Yeah, you can sort of think of a loaded mod as like a mini application running inside your main game.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
Well, the mod host class, that's basically the operating system for that little mini app.
Ah, okay, an OS analogy. I like that. So it's like the central control point.
It is, yeah. When your game loads a mod file, it creates an instance of this mod host class in memory and all your game code. It talks only to this manager object.
So the game code doesn't poke around directly inside the mod's files or anything.
Nope. It shouldn't, and with this system, it doesn't need to. The mod host tracks the mod's whole life cycle. Is it loaded? Is it initialized? Is it running? Or has it been unloaded? Your game asks the mod host to, say, get an asset, or find a script, or just check its status.
Securely, presumably.
Exactly. This single point of entry is, well, it's foundational for everything that comes later. Security, memory management, all that good stuff.
Okay, now looking at the documentation, what jumps out immediately is how flexible the loading pipeline seems to be. The fact that the main loading function takes a system.uri object that suggests we can load mods from more than just the player's hard drive, right? This feels huge for studios wanting like an integrated mod workshop or something.
Absolutely. That URI support is the strategic key right there. You can load from the local file system, sure, using file, that's standard.
Yeah.
But the support for remote servers via HTTP or HTTPS, that unlocks things like seamless access to an official, maybe curated mod repository, or even automatic installation and updates for mods.
Which is a much better user experience than asking players to manually download zip files and extract them somehow.
Oh, way better. It makes modding feel integrated, not bolted on.
And developers get control over the timing of the load too, which sounds critical for performance. You don't want the game freezing up while a big mod loads.
Right. You've basically got two main ways to handle it. There's synchronous loading.
Okay.
This one forces the main game thread to just stop and wait until the mod is fully loaded and compiled. It blocks everything.
So probably bad for mid-game loading.
Very bad for mid-game.
Huh?
But it might be okay for loading, say, essential core mods right when the application first starts up before the player sees anything interactive.
Okay. And the other way?
That's asynchronous loading. And this is generally what you want to use. It's non-blocking.
So it does the work in the background.
Exactly. All the heavy lifting reading files, compiling scripts, linking assets happens on a background thread. This is essential to keep your UI smooth and the game responsive, especially for loading mods from the main menu or a loading screen.
Keeps the frame rate happy.
What's that?
Keeps the frame rate happy, keeps the player happy.
And there was also mention of command line loading?
Say that again.
We just finished a second ago. It took us a few hours.
Yeah, I think it was trouble. I thought I heard someone here.
Yeah, we heard about us down there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we were talking, hooking it up.
Okay. No, that's good.
My chair tomorrow.
All right. Where are you going?
The downstairs.
Oh, okay.
I had it on.
Is he staying the night or?
No, he's well.
Oh, okay. I'll come down and check it out here after I get done streaming. Okay.
I take a picture.
Hmm?
I take a picture.
All right. Text it to me. All right. Love you. I bought him a giant gaming desk with a bunch of LED lights and a new computer chair, gaming chair for his birthday. Me and him got it like set up halfway earlier, and then he went off to a barbecue at his friend's house. So I didn't even realize it, but they were down there actually finishing the desk. I didn't know he was back yet. I heard some talking, but hey, that's one of the, oh man, putting together furniture that has a billion pieces is one of the things I loathe in this world. Because, like, I always get something backwards, some part backwards, or something like that. Like, this one thing I didn't do like 6 screws and flip it because I didn't quite read the diagram right. So there's like 2 instances of that, but for the most part, we got most of it done. But it is a large desk. It has tons of drawers, tons of shelf spaces, a bunch of nooks and crannies. It's got like a high shelf on here, then like a segmented area for the PC, and then like another storage rack. It's really cool. I think it's like a 79-inch L desk or something, but it's pretty cool.
Seems useful for testing.
Yeah, that's a nice little extra. Really handy for QA teams, or maybe if you're running a dedicated server that needs specific mods loaded automatically on startup, you can just pass arguments to the game executable and bypass the UI entirely.
Did it lay up against the wall like we thought?
The thing did.
Yeah, sweet.
So that's good.
Yeah, you got tons of space.
It's got a big drawers too.
Yeah, no, it's like, what is it, like 6 drawers? Or
Yeah.
there's 3 across the middle, then you got like
2 on the right.
Yeah.
Pretty nice.
It's pretty snazzy. Yeah, love it.
Neat. Okay, so the mod's loaded. How does the game actually get the stuff inside it? The assets, primarily.
Right, accessing the content. The system here is actually designed to feel familiar if you've used Unity's built-in resources folder system.
Oh, okay, that's smart. Lower learning curve.
Yeah. There are basically 3 distinct ways to access mod assets, and each one serves a slightly different purpose, strategically.
Okay, let's break those down. These seem pretty important for how the game and mods interact.
First up, you've got the mod asset static class. Think of this as your global search tool.
Global meaning across all loaded mods.
Exactly. If your game needs an asset, maybe a specific sound effect or a particle system, and you honestly don't care which mod it came from, you just need one that matches the name. Use the static class that searches across every currently loaded mod assembly. Useful for generic stuff.
Okay, find me any explosion effect. Got it. But what if I do care? What if I'm running code for mod A and I specifically need an asset that I know belongs to mod A?
That's the second path, the modhost.assets property. Notice this is an instance property tied to that specific modhost object we talked about earlier.
Ah, so it only looks inside that mod's package.
Precisely. It's the targeted approach. You use this when you need an asset specifically from this mod instance. It helps prevent problems if, say, mod A and mod B both happen to include an asset named playericon.png. This way, mod A's code gets mod A's icon.
Right, avoids naming collisions. Okay, and the third one, modhost shared assets property. This sounds like it's for mods working together.
This is where the architecture really enables a more complex, collaborative community. Shared assets gives you access not just to the assets within the current mod, but also, recursively, to assets from any other mods that this mod is declared as a dependency.
Oh, interesting. So if mod B is like A texture pack for Mod A's custom weapons.
Exactly. Mod A defines the weapons and scripts. Mod B provides high-res textures. Mod A's scripts, using shared assets, can find and use Mod B's textures without needing to know exactly how Mod B is structured or loaded. It automatically searches itself and its declared dependencies.
That really encourages a modular approach, doesn't it? Like communities could build big projects piece by piece.
It really does. It fosters that kind of ecosystem where people can build on each other's work seamlessly.
Okay, that's powerful. Lastly, for this section, let's touch on the mod development workflow. All this cool tech is great, but it needs to be reasonably easy for modders to actually use, right?
Yeah, that's crucial. The whole philosophy here is about shifting the complexity away from the end user modder and onto the framework itself.
How so?
The game developer, using UMod's tools, creates and distributes a special tools package. The modder installs this into their own Unity editor.
Ah, so they work inside Unity.
Yes, exactly. They work in the familiar Unity editor environment, building scenes, importing assets, writing C# scripts, just like they're making a regular Unity game.
Okay, that definitely lowers the barrier to entry compared to like custom external tools.
Big time. And then the framework provides a customizable build pipeline. The modder configures it, hits build, and it takes their entire Unity project, so all the scenes, assets, scripts, everything, and packages it all up into a single optimized mod file.
One file for easy sharing and installation.
One file. Makes installing a mod as simple as dropping that file into a designated mods folder. That ease of use on both the creation and installation side is key for adoption.
Okay, we've got assets loaded. That feels like maybe the easier part. Now we wade into the real architectural minefield, running mod scripts.
Yeah, this is where things get complicated. And where a seemingly simple choice, like deciding whether you're shipping on PC or consoles, becomes this massive foundational technical decision. A real deal breaker, potentially.
And to even enable powerful script modding, where modders write actual C# code, we need that other asset we mentioned, the Roslyn C# Runtime Compiler 2.0.
Right. This asset is essentially a wrapper around Microsoft's modern open source .NET compiler platform, Roslyn.
And its superpower is?
Its main function, its superpower, is compiling raw C# source code files, the actual .cs text files, into functional executable assemblies at runtime.
At runtime, so inside the running game.
Inside the running game, yeah. This means the end user, the player installing the mod, doesn't need Visual Studio or any
Okay, I'll continue listening to that, but for right now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a project plan from the research document. All right. I'm going to provide the code along with this just to see, or as a way to um, doo, doo, doo. To have it be able to not only analyze the research document, but also my current code structure and UI structure. So along with the document, a detailed project plan. I'm sure Actually, let's look at this. So I am going to create a separate project real quick just to get this in there. Mod examples. One, I bet you this has UIs that I can use to jumpstart the whole. There's some. This example will be good to look at. It hasn't been updated since 2021. But yeah, let's see here. So all right. I'm going to use UI Toolkit. So I'm probably not going to take that UI, but I can still take some of the scripts and stuff and leverage that. Um, do I want to target consoles? I don't. Just going for PC and Linux is where my big worry. Ever since the security vulnerability came out, every new project I start, I gotta update JetBrains Writer. I bet you there's a newer version of 6.0 that solves that. 2.9, what am I on? 2.6. Yeah, I'm not gonna read through all that. I don't care right now. All right, and I don't use JetBrains anyways, but I update it just because it's complaints. So let's go. So now my levels are seeing a lot of scenes that are going to be non-procedurally generated can be mods essentially. A lot of stuff I do I could make as mods, but mainly content and levels. I will actually probably leverage the modding system so I can bring in. I don't have to have like a town that I hand designed in memory constantly. I can just bring it in when I need it and unload it. Um, all right, so we got these two. Now we're going to download this guy and import him. Now there's a wiki, or no, a GitHub. Where is it? Roslyn samples. All right, I'm going to come back to that. All right, so we got some errors right out the gate. Interesting. Let's look at the documentation. Oh, okay. Duh. I gotta download the tank example assets. That is acceptable. Which I already own. All right. I was like, darn it, this sucks. But I didn't have a dependency. I probably should have. Which one do I install first? Hold on. Environments, UMod must be purchased and imported. You need to export a mod tools package for it. I bet you this, I need to import this guy first and then the moddable tanks example. So it may re-import the moddable tanks example. We'll just see if we have exceptions after that. So the tank manager comes from this asset, and that's why I had the 11 errors where I was trying to reference the tank manager in the example project. So it's tanks.complete now. Let's re-import just to be safe. Yeah. So the namespace is different. Let's just hope that doesn't matter. I can fix that easy. I'm gonna search on the Discord to see if anyone's. Most likely, this demo project's namespace got updated since this was made. Game manager. Game UI handler. Game manager.game cleared. Okay. Let's. I think I can fix this. I can fix her. If this takes too long, I'll bypass this. Um. Now we're going to go to the error. Now we should be building. And now in the demo scene, I need to make sure I'm referencing that. Really, I know how to use this tool, so this is kind of formality, and I've used it before. I've built a game with modding and leveraged this asset before, but that was before Unity 6, and I believe everything's good to go, but I just want to kind of see it working here. So we need to add the start, bootstrap, and complete game. And go here, build profiles, scene list. Okay, that's already done. Complete level art. Fun. Complete. I'm just gonna delete this guy. It is what it is, y'all. So now we're gonna do this too, just to get rid of the pink. Because we all love pink. And it totally didn't work. Oh, it did. I'm not gonna worry about it. I'd imagine the texture is named tank, but oh well. All right, so that one, go there. We'll go to the bootstrap scene. All right, here's game manager. Message canvas. I will do that in a second. Where's our canvas? Missing material. Missing everything, are we? Where's all the art? Okay, I'm probably gonna stop digging with this if everything's kind of hosed. It is an older example. I probably shouldn't have used universal render pipeline, but I don't believe. Oh, here's the art. Okay. Jungle mud. Can't believe. Oh, I bet you I don't have. I'm not going to spend much time on this because I think this whole setup is not working for universal render pipeline. Actually, let's save me some time by confirming something. Umod. Yeah, it says it's compatible. Compatible with 6. What in the H? So let's go to the package contents. Is there a shader I gotta run? Net mesh, rock 2. Everything's there. Universal render pipeline. Oh yeah. Well, hold on. Graphics. No, we want project settings. Graphic. Yep, here it is. There we go. Back on the road again. There's a lot of messed up stuff. Whatever. All right, let's go follow the document a little further. All right, I don't care. I'll keep the pink. I don't care. It's fine. So let's go back to the start scene. Good Lord, it's tiny. Okay, so we got to fix the fence system. That's a hell of a countdown. Way too much crap broken. Oh yeah, this is all too hosed to dick with. Default actions. That tank is cheating. Alright, I don't need to fuck with this. Yeah, this is all weird. It is bested. The mod does not contain any script content. Yeah, alright. Not worth my time. Alright, sorry about that small detour. Was not worth the time. Let's just do it the real way. I probably... Alright, so I'm going to create a quick and dirty UI to handle mods. And what I need is this image as reference. So the UI toolkit's really awesome because it moved from the canvas and all these game objects to represent a UI in the game to a web design format. So UI toolkit uses like your UXML, think of it as your HTML. It's the structure. So that's how you line up or you dictate what is what. The UXML, and then the USS is your style sheet like CSS. Because it's now driven that way, UIs are, and UI toolkit, you can actually build UIs outside of it, Unity, and bring them in real quickly with AI. Whereas AI can't, it can't set up the scene. It can't add the I mean, Unity AI can, but it's dog shit really. It's cool, but yeah. Anyways, you can build UIs for Unity UI toolkit really fast with AI tools. So I'm just gonna say, give me a mod HUD using UI tool kit for Unity 6.2. So I want the mods and mod levels. Mods with a checkbox to enable or disable them. It will have a so my game really no, yeah, mod levels are important. Because sort of like Project Zomboid mods, you can add a new map, or you can add a map mod that replaces a chunk of the world or extends the world. So the way mod levels are going to work in my game is they will do just like that. You can build a new area in the game, and you can plug it in anywhere in the world, or have it override a section of the world, or you can have it be a location on the planet. So you can create a mod level, and you add it to the world generation. And it will when it's there'll be an extra pass in world gen that will check for mod levels, and then randomly place them based off of the mod's logic and etc. So the UI toolkit will. So I like to follow the MVVM pattern with UI toolkit. So model view view model, which separates your view from your logic, and then it uses a view model which can help translate, be the in between from your UI to your backend logic, and anything else in the game would interact with the view model, and the view model is what gets bound to the UI. I want it to follow the MVVM pattern. So let's go here. Let's borrow some scripts real quick. Oh. Load and update from mod info. Okay, that's you mod. Mod loader. Actually, let's do this real quick. Let's finish this. I'm gonna say I want to use Unity's training UIs. Also the new input system. And I want to store the player's mod selections on the player's press, which is kind of sweet. Sweet little setup, I say. What was that damn thing? I forget about player preps because I usually handle that in another way, but it is kind of cool. It's easy for this. So it's part of Unity's built-in system. So let's see what this says. So the mod manager UI is just going to be your mods that are non-level related, and then your mod levels. It's going to be UI toolkit, and it's not going to be anything fancy at first. I will allow reordering of the mods, so you can change which mod is loaded when. I think instead of a priority, instead of you saying, "Oh, this mod has priority, this one has priority," um, the lit your mod list when you reorder lit or reorganize it in the UI will be how it'll load this mod, load this mod, load this mod, load this mod, load this mod. So if this mod is or implementing a new logic for a core function, and then another one below it is doing the same or doing this overriding that same function, the last mod in the or whatever's last will be the winner. So if you want this one to be the one that works, you can drag it past. But so you're basically just like in Zomboid mods, you will order them based off of their dependencies, because like some mods will just be libraries or core um, libraries to help other mods, and those will always be loaded first, et cetera, et cetera. All right. So if console refactor this plan, I am not targeting mobile, console, or web. I'm going with the mono, scripting, and JIT. That way, the plan gets rid of this crap about console, AOT, and .now and the CIL, because I'm not gonna worry about that. I've made my decision. Windows and Linux is my main target. And because I'm targeting Windows and Linux for modding only, and again, I may release the Mac. I don't know. I don't know. It's just Mac can be such a pain in the ass to develop for, and pretty sure you got to even like pay us. I can't remember, but last time I looked into it, just to develop for Mac, you got to like pay a license fee and just to be a developer, like a yearly or some shit. Your focus on PC only build. This removes the conditional logic. Because I am being so uh I want the game to be very controllable with the controller. Like Rimworld and Elin and all these colony life sim games that I really enjoy aren't very controller friendly. And that's what kills me. And so one of my big motivators is to create a game like that with that breadth of depth and features, but it has full controller support and it controls well. Um, So that means I could go to console really easily because I'm working through things in that headspace. Uh, so what I'm going to do is copy this. Let me read this real fast. Assumptions, target platform. So let's just kind of spitball. builds with CLIL and .now. Just curious. If it's going to be a pain in the ass, I really don't care. Because there are going to be some aspects of the game. I mean, if I could hit consoles, and I mean, mobile, not a, no, I'm just not. I really don't care about mobile or web. But if I can approach modding to where I can do Windows, Linux, and Mono with the just-in-time debugger, and then consoles with the interpreted language to C++, AOT approach. Oh, adding you to the block list. Best viewers, add to block list. Piss off. Okay. So I'm gonna I'm gonna approach it with cross-platform in mind. And again, there's no reason to use .now and CIL because Roslyn and JIT is faster on PC and Linux. Okay. All right. So now if I do this, Let's actually search their Discord real quick. There is no runtime sandboxing that you would get with something like Lula, but you mod code security system. Turn description. All right, so I'm searching for .now. This simple code does not run as expected. It looks like a couple of instructions did not implement the non-integer types based. This is gonna add complexity to this fucking thing, but If I'm going to do it, I got to do it from the beginning, and it's best to learn this shit now. Releases. Is there a release? No packages. Okay. Is it creative performance? Execute support for debugging, full support for generic types and members, full reflection of integrated, interpret as if they were loaded natively, implement all CLI instructions and runtime features, support for inheritance of interop types. So I believe this is what the developer is. Pardon me. Hopefully there's a So, is this still being supported? Nine 2025. Yep. Okay. Can I find So let me think here. I think this is what I'm going to have to leverage as part of this. I just need to do some more research on this before, because again, it's life's real simple. If I just do Windows and Linux, life's super simple. But if I want to target consoles, and the fact that I am really focusing on controller support for everything. Oh. Load assembly represents a virtual app domain within the interpreter. A mod class represent an interpreted mod plugin. Oh, this isn't going to be so bad. And it's really around the loading of the assemblies. And once they're in memory, all right, we're going to continue on. I'm going to actually ask in the Discord. If there's any showcases. Moddable eye gun recoil. Okay. That's just an example from the Discord. Okay. All right. All right. De-risk the project by confirming tool compatibility for both scripting backends and implementing the core architecture. Create the necessary tools and examples for modders. I'm going to keep this very, very basic at first until I know I got both working. So the goal here is to get the framework in place, create a basic mod that covers scripts, level, content, and asset replacement. And then I will test that on a mono build and then a IL2 CPP build. And if all is well, I will then move forward. But if the cross-platform AOT, IL2 CPP modding stuff starts to really be a stickler, I may pivot and abandon it and just stay focused on Windows and Linux with a mono build. I think I can do this. Obviously, it can be done. And this would allow modding on console. I have another query. Oh, yeah. Update the project plan to follow the MVVM pattern for the UI toolkit mod manager. One more update to the project plan. Games that use umod 2 for modding on console. See if anybody, if there's any known examples. 2, if there are known examples of this working out in the wild, that just gives me more confidence in going into this approach. For local single player and co-op games and consoles, only mods that do not use in-game scripts are supported. These are typically cosmetic, world generation, and block adding mods that only contain data. Uh, And I also want to find, I can reach out to these people that maybe have accomplished this. So maybe the approach I want to take is in-game curation, where I will work with the mod authors to include their mod in the build. But that could balloon up the build. But again, I would have Grand Theft Auto Hot Coffee incident. Oh. Well, it was not playable in the official game release. The modding community discovered a hidden code that, when enabled, allows protagonist CJ to have animated sexual intercourse with his in-game girlfriend. Hot coffee. So it just sounds like a pain in the ass. You know what I mean? It just sounds, and even if I do get it right, I'm going to have to either use mod.io or build my own infrastructure. But possibly what I could do is just add curated list of mods to the game build for consoles. And they wouldn't be one, but again, it wouldn't be a huge list, and the size of the game would be affected. And I don't even know if that's actually an option. Regardless of whether a developer is willing and able to include mod support in the games, it's ultimately up to the console manufacturer to decide whether a game is allowed to bring mods onto console. Without permission from Microsoft, Sony, or Nintendo, developers can't bring any form of mod support to their console releases. Even if a developer receives a manager approval, that approval may come with a list of console-specific restrictions. It sounds like such a headache, man. So, and again, if you can't do script execution, like, why even fucking. If you can't, really, it's the quality of life mods that a lot of people go for first. Oh, it keeps, the more I dig into this, the more of a pain in the ass it sounds like. You would use the mod.io Unity SDK to build an in-game mods or workshop menu. This UI would handle user authentication, linking their Xbox PSN account, and allow them to browse, rate, and subscribe to mods all from their couch. When a player subscribes to a mod, the mod.io SDK securely downloads the mod's files and any asset bundles into your game's sandbox persistent storage. The only place on a console you're allowed to write files to. The mod.io SDK that notifies your game a new mod has been successfully downloaded and is located at animations, textures, models, videos, and sounds can be modified. Modification of any other file type like scripts config is not allowed and will not be loaded by the game. Conclusion. Baldur's Gate 3 mods do contain scripts, but they are not C# scripts and use a proprietary internal scripting language, story script. B.
Okay, setting up the Modio Unity plugin. This is a pretty quick and easy process. First thing we need to do is get the Unity package file, which we can get from the GitHub page, or you can get it directly from the Unity asset store. So go ahead and import all of that. It should only take a couple of seconds. And as soon as it's finished importing, if you do find any errors showing up in the console, you may want to check for any libraries that are already part of your project. For example, if you go to plugins, Modio, and third party, you might already have the JSON.NET library
Sorry, I'm doing a
Now,
bunch of digging here
here
because
you should
this is going to be a lot of work, and if I want to do this,
click on
it needs to be
the
feasible, it
audio
needs to be
settings. This
realistic,
will generate a
and something
template
that I can
where we
accomplish.
can input the game ID and API key for our game. So if you have got a game set up already on the Modio site, you can input that here. I'm just going to use one as an example here from the production server. If you set it up on the test server, make sure you change the URL to the test API. So if you click this button, it'll automatically swap the URL. This one, however, that I'm using is actually on production, so we're going to use the production URL there. You can also click this button to find the ID and API key of your game. If you're logged in, of course, it'll open up a browser and show that to help you find it. So that's all there is to setting up the plugin. Now, we do need to make sure that we hit save because this is a scriptable object. And it's very important as well that we unselect this because there is a well-known issue in Unity 2019 up until 2022 where having a scriptable object selected when you're running the play mode in the editor, it can actually crash. So we obviously don't want anything to crash. So naturally, let's always unselect that when we're not using it. So everything should be set up now, and we can test that by going to an example scene that we have in plugins Modio. In UI, there should be an examples folder, and in there we have an example scene. If we open that up,
Now, another thing is if I use mod.io,
ask us to import text mesh
what is the cost implement, or if that's going to cost me?
and
I don't want to deal with that. If they handle the administration,
in the example scene, it's showing up, and it's using the correct game, which is the one that I added to the config file. So now users can go ahead and browse around, find mods that they like, subscribe, etc., etc. Now in the next step, I'm going to show you how to get this UI set up into your own scene and how to retrieve mods that users have installed. Now that we have the Modio plugin set up correctly and we can see it working from the example scene, I'm going to show you how to get that UI from the example scene into our own scene. So first step, in the examples folder, there should be a Modio browser prefab. We can just drag that into the scene where we want the UI to be. And now I'm going to just create a button just for this example to show you how to open the UI as part of that prefab. So I created a script earlier called testing. Now this is just a blank script, as you can see. We're just going to create one very simple method in here. I'll just call it open for now. And all we need to do is get the Modio browser namespace, the browser class, and the open browser method. Now it's asking us for an action or a delegate if you'd rather, which we can provide and will get invoked when the browser's closed. So when the user's finished using the browser and they hit close, this is the method that'll be used. Now we can leave this as null, and we'll do that just for this example, but if we did need some other logic, we could run that by just creating another method, of course, and placing it in here, and that'll get invoked whenever the browser's closed. But we don't actually need that for this example because we have a very, very simple button on the UI. Now that's all we need. We just need this one line to interact with our UI. And if I go back to our scene, we'll attach that script to our button. Here we go, testing, and we'll add an on-click event, and we'll add the script reference there, and we'll assign the open method that we just finished writing to that button. And now we should be finished. If we play our scene and click our button, you'll see that it'll open our UI. And of course we can close it again, open the UI again, no trouble. And you can see it's loading the exact same game that we set up earlier in config. So now the UI is completely set up. A user can happily go ahead and they can log in, they can subscribe, and anything that they subscribe to is going to show up in their collection where it'll automatically download and install the mods that they want. So now that we've got that set up, the last step is that we need a way in order to retrieve the mods that users have installed. So in the next step, I'm going to go ahead and show you how to do that. now that we have the UI set up correctly, I'm going to show you how to get the installed mods that a user may have subscribed and downloaded from the UI. So now we're going to open up the testing script that we made earlier. We're going to make sure that we're using the mod.io namespace. Then we're going to go ahead and create a new method, which I'll just call getMods. Now we're going to get an array of mods. We're going to use the mod.io Unity class. This has all of the methods you need to interact with the mod.io plugin, but we're only going to use getSubscribedMods method for this example, which also outputs a result that we can use to check whether or not this succeeded. So we can do that with result.succeeded. It's always a good habit to make sure that things are working. I'm also going to change this to be a bit more explicit so you can see that we have a subscribed mod array here, which we're going to now
Yeah, fuck this. Fuck it. I'm not worrying about console modding. Fuck this.
We need to now each mod in this
I'll still be able to deploy to console, but I will integrate the most popular mods. I'll work with the mod authors and or I'll just add those features, the most used mods, those quality of life to the game.
So you now have access to an installed mod that the user wants to.
All right, fuck this. We're not doing it. I don't want to deal with it. I don't want to deal with it. This is going to slow me down.
For this example, we are just going to output a error, so it's nice and easy to see. We can go to mod.mod profile to get a few more details, such as the description, the name, the status. We're just going to use the name for now. We'll put that into the log. And I'm going to comment this out because we're not using it, but this is very likely what you will want to be using. And there we have it. We've got our method now with everything we need. We're getting the subscribed mods, checking if it succeeded to get them. We iterate over them, find the installed mods, and we're going to output them.
Now, if I want this approach where it was a monetized marketplace, mod developers could make money, and Sony and Microsoft would get their cut, mod.io. So you take 30%, then 12% fee for them. So now you're 42% of the revenue. And then from there, what, that's 58% left, and 70 to the creator, 30 to me.
See, I've subscribed to some mods here. So if we go ahead and push our new button, there we go. 1, 2, 3.
But it's going to suck when you can get mods for free on PC from Workshop, Steam Workshop.
When we open up our UI again, we might want to subscribe to a new mod. So we'll subscribe to this one. Go back to our collection. We can see it here. Now, if I click our button again, we'll see it shows up here in the console. So there you have it. We've got our UI working in our own scene. Users can install any mod that they like, and we can retrieve those and figure out which ones are installed and ready to be used. So that's all I have for you today. You're welcome to jump onto our public Discord and talk to myself or somebody else if you have more questions, and I will leave a link to the documentation for the plugin itself in the description of this video. Thanks for watching.
Hey people, Seth here. What a beautiful day to make terrible content. Unfortunately, we're under quarantine. As such, there's been some delays, but adversity demands adaptation. So here's a filler episode. This episode has been brought to you by comfy dystopian gaming setups and Seth's complete disregard for personal health and safety. Check it out. I like to call it I have no case and I must scream. Or alternatively, watch me short the power pins on my motherboard with a screwdriver in order to start my PC.
Okay, yeah, fuck.
Enjoy. Annihilation is a highly regarded and generally well-loved RTS from 1997, but I never played that. I played the goddamn fantasy spin-off. Total Annihilation Kingdoms is...
All right. Yeah, nope. No. We're not doing console modding. I'm not even thinking about console. Only if the game like does numbers and shit would I yeah, man, I don't know. It just sounds like a pain in the ass. And it's not something I should target for the first time out. You know what I mean? Here's my link tree, by the way, if anybody wants to like, subscribe, or follow. Yo, yeah, no. Um, I wonder. All right. I spent most of my time just fucking learning instead of doing tonight. And I love it. But now I'll have a very concise project plan that I'm going to work towards. Um, I'm learning a lot. Like, again, I just. Refine your game's tag, enable platforms, or include terms and choose your features, test with your. Yeah, I'm done. Done. Not thinking about it. Not thinking about it. Go away, GitHub. Go away. Go away, hot coffee. Gonna get me banned, man. No thanks. Here, I mean, this one I do want to look at some more. Don't care about release notes. Go away, mod.io. Get oot. Oh, wait, I gotta claim the publisher of the week asset. Hold on a sec. I've been wanting this for a while, and I feel like all right, hold on. Let me buy these real fast, and then we'll get going. Yeah, it's cool to know. Like and again, for the console port, if I do go console, I will pay attention to what some of the most popular mods are and try to add features to provide that kind of quality of life. Trick or I still don't understand how to use that one. I don't get it. Whatever. Eat a big one. So I was gonna go with 2D characters, but I think I've given up on that, and I'm gonna go with 3D characters now. One, I know I have so many assets, and I've got such a repository of resources around 3D characters, animation retargeting, humanoid rigs, animal rigs. I mean, just I can do, and I know how to work 3D characters and animations real easily. And if I go with 2D sprites, I'm going to end up having to really, if I go with 2D without 2D sprites, it's pretty much going to become a 3D game instead of a 2.5D game. I mean, I could still make it 2.5D, but if the player characters are 3D, the town, most everything's 3D, why would I need... I really wanted to nail the Octopath Traveler look, the 2.5D, but because a lot of your games like Elin, Adom, the old Adom, um, and stuff, it's just 2D. It's about the depth of features. It's not about animations and fancy graphics and whatnot. And I'm going to still be able to focus that away, but um, I'm only human. And the bozo, and I've went back and forth across a lot of different stuff, and I think the bozo's modular anime characters are what I'm going to focus on. Because I get tons and tons of customization. I like the shader. I like the looks. I have tons and tons of skinned render or assets. Oh, not getting tired. Only 2 hours and 20 minutes. Still going strong. What is it? It's 1 a.m. here. Yeah. So, although this doesn't uh, cater to the setting that I have, I will be able to manipulate all these things using assets that I have, existing assets, and um, also Character Creator 4. I can do a lot of stuff with that to expand this and get this working how I want. Hey, do I have Magica Cloth too? I thought I did. How am I not already on this? Not gonna worry about it right now. That is for a future date. I haven't seen this developer yet. All right, enough of that. All right, so let's get back to the plan. We're back to focused on PC mono JIT. I'm like ping ponging here. All right, so we got the plan. All right, so I'm checked in. Okay. I almost want to branch, but I'm not going to because there's no one else working with me. I can abandon all this if it starts to go sideways, but I know that's going to work. It's fine. God, it just seems like such a pain in the ass, and like the restrictions to go to console with modding. One, it's going to be just kind of replacing data. And again, most of my game is data driven. So, I mean, modders would have a lot of power to change stuff, but they couldn't create new logic. They couldn't, they could if I built my own scripting or modding language, which isn't totally crazy, but I'm not doing that. I'm not worrying about modding on console. I'm not worrying about modding on console. No, just say no. man, what the hell? $107 files. This is why I don't like adding assets to the game project that I'm not 100% committed to. But obviously, I am committed to modding, so. For PC and Linux, for mono builds, IL2CPP can kick rocks. Okay, so just 407 for all that. So let's read the documentation. I don't know if I need this. I don't, yeah, I don't know if I need this. I really don't. Let me think here. I didn't use it in the last time I used this asset. It's really about just being able to write code and compile it during runtime, which I'm I'm good with UMod and the modders mod with its assets and its scripts all being loaded, and there's no need for okay. I and provides the API hooks for these mods to interact with the game. Yeah, because that's the way I worked it last time. I didn't use a Roslyn compiler. Um, I'm going to go get a drink, and I'm going to grab me some carrots or something small to snack on. 1 second. I will be right back. I'm only human. Wow, that is not readable. Hold on. Still not very readable. Just it'll be like 2 minutes. Don't go nowhere. Just I gotta get me a drink. Hello? Okay.
Tech is great, but it needs to be reasonably easy for modders to actually use, right?
Yeah, that's crucial. The whole philosophy here is about
Oops. Darn it.
shifting the complexity away from the end user modder and onto the framework itself.
How so?
The game developer, using UMod's tools, creates and distributes a special tools package. The modder installs this into their own Unity editor.
Ah, so they work inside Unity.
Yes, exactly. They work in the familiar Unity editor environment, building scenes, importing assets, writing C# scripts, just like they're making a regular Unity game.
Okay, that definitely lowers the barrier to entry compared to like custom external tools.
Big time. And then the framework provides a customizable build pipeline. The modder configures it, hits build, and it takes their entire Unity project, so all the scenes, assets, scripts, everything, and packages it all up into a single optimized mod file.
One file for easy sharing and installation.
One file. Makes installing a mod as simple as dropping that file into a designated mods folder. That ease of use on both the creation and installation side is key for adoption.
Okay, we've got assets loaded. That feels like maybe the easier part. Now we wade into the real architectural minefield, running mod scripts.
Yeah, this is where things get complicated. And where a seemingly simple choice, like deciding whether you're shipping on PC or
I swear, if scriptable
this
objects are
massive
going to be a pain in the
foundational
ass,
decision, a real deal breaker
I'm
potentially.
going to be mad
And
as
to
fuck
even
because I
enable
am so
powerful
deep
script
in the
modding,
weeds
where
with
modders
scriptable
write
objects.
actual C# code, we need that other asset we mentioned, the Roslyn C# Runtime Compiler 2.0.
Right. This asset is essentially a wrapper around Microsoft's modern open source .NET compiler platform, Roslyn.
And its superpower is
Its main function, its superpower, is compiling raw C# source code file, the actual .cs text files, into functional executable assemblies at runtime.
at runtime, so inside the running game.
Inside the running game, yeah.
Yeah.
This means the end user, the player installing the mod, doesn't need Visual Studio or any complex developer tools installed. The game itself handles the compilation step when the mod is loaded.
That's slick. So a modder could just distribute their .cs files. Or could they pre-compile them?
Either way works. The mod tools allow the modder to package raw scripts, which the game then compiles using Roslyn. Or, if the modder prefers, they can pre-compile their scripts into a standard .NET assembly, a .dl file, and package that. The UMod system can load and run either format.
Okay, sounds flexible. But you mentioned a deal breaker. Where does that come in?
Yes, the architectural deal breaker. The entire viability of using this awesome Roslyn runtime compiler, which is, frankly, the best and fastest way to run modded C# code, hinges completely on whether your target platform supports just-in-time GIT compilation.
GIT compilation, okay, refresh my memory. That's where the machine code is generated basically right as it's needed during execution. Standard on PCs.
Exactly. So if your main target is PC standalones, Windows, Mac, Linux, you'll typically be using Unity's monoscripting backend.
Right.
Mono includes a GIT compiler. So on PC, the Roslyn asset works perfectly. You get runtime compilation.
I swear to God, I think they're saying
Fast forward
GIT.
and it's relatively straightforward to set up. That's the happy path.
The happy path. Okay, but if you're aiming for PlayStation, Xbox, Switch, or even iOS and Android,
The story changes completely. It's an enforced architectural pivot you have to make.
why?
Because those platforms, consoles, mobile, also WebGL, they require Unity's IL2CPP backend.
IL2CPP, intermediate language to C++ now.
Right. IL2CPP works by taking your C# intermediate language, IL code, and translating it into C++ code before you ship the game. During the build process, that C++ code is then compiled down to native machine code for the target platform. This is called ahead of time AOT compilation.
Okay, compiled ahead of time, and the problem is
The problem is that AOT environments, largely due to security policies set by the platform holders like Sony, Microsoft, Nintendo, Apple, they strictly forbid generating new executable machine code at runtime. JIT compilation is banned.
so if JIT is banned,
Then the Roslyn C# runtime compiler, which relies entirely on JIT to turn C# into executable code in the game, is completely non-functional. By definition, it cannot work in an IL2CP AOT environment.
wow, okay, so if cross-platform support, including consoles or mobile, is a must-have for your game, Roslyn is out. What's the fallback? What's the AO?
Simulation. Carefully package up the data. That's called marshalling. Hand it over to the native side. Wait for the native code to run and give back a result. Receive that result, unpack it, and then resume interpreting the next instruction.
That sounds expensive, especially for frequent calls.
It's very expensive. If a mod is doing something complex in its update method, calling back into the game dozens of times per frame, that...
Okay, so... we got... Oh yeah, yeah. I use Gemini and deep research to do a lot of stuff. So, well, this isn't deep research here, but here, my so first thing I did when I started out to plot all this out was I did a deep research prompt. And let me see if I still have that one up. Yeah. So here, if you see here, I provided a bunch of links to UMod in the documentation. No. If you go back through my videos of this series, I'm kind of using this game as a case study to show how you can use AI to research, plan, and execute features. And another thing is, every time I've built a feature out, and again, I'll show you what I've got done so far in the 2 months that I've been working on this. I always say I want to create a crafting and inventory system, and I want it to be a data-driven, event-driven architecture. I want it to be as decoupled as possible. And then I create the deep research like you see here. So this prompt right here, basically I said, hey, research how to add modding to the game using UMod and this asset that I'm looking at right here, which I've already used UMod before. So that's the cool thing about this. As I go and I build out all these features, I actually basically am documenting everything. So if you see here, these are all deep research reports. Crafting an UI, project plan, character, game controller design, project plan, dynamic UI key binding system, explaining quest systems, scriptable objects, achieving the art style. I've researched how to achieve the art style I'm going after. I've researched different video games because, again, I'm trying to do the Elin Rimworld, kind of mash those up, but with full controller support. And so as you can see, I deep research a lot, and I've learned so much, not just about game dev, but in most things, anything I really want to understand, I will do a deep research prompt. And then after you give it the prompt, you hit start research, it'll do its whole thing. And then I export the deep research to my G drive, so I have it for other just so I can have it. And then like here too, what is it? Oh yeah, that's right. So now the next thing I do is usually I go and I take it to Notebook LLM or Notebook LM, right? And I give it my deep research document here. So let me clear this real quick. So now this is like the Notebook LM, and it has one of the data sources is that document from the deep research. You can see all the analysis and explanations and project planning here. And I'll create a deep dive AI podcast from it. I'll create I don't really do the video overview very much. Sometimes I do that, but I also create the mind map here that kind of helps me analyze and look at stuff. And but again, these AI podcasts, so like
System can load and run either format.
Uh,
Okay, sounds flexible. But you
I'll
mentioned a
when
deep
I'm at
thinker.
work or
Where does
I'm
that fit
away
in?
from the
It's your
house, I'll
intellectual
kick off a
capability.
deep
You can deny
research on
your
my
viability
phone.
of using this
I'll go to Notebook
awesome
LM,
runtime
create
compiler,
this
which is frankly
long
the best and
podcast,
fastest
and
way to
listen
run modded
to
C#
the
code.
deep
Hinges
research.
completely on whether your target platform
Um,
supports
but
just
also
in
this
time
mind map is
GIT
really good,
compilation.
and
GIT
again,
compilation.
you can
Okay, refresh
expand
my
your
memory.
research
That's where the
and
machine code is
add
generated
more
basically
to
right
your
in GIT
sources
during
here
execution,
and kind
standard
of
on
plan out
PCs.
Exactly.
further
So if your
in
main
Notebook
target
LM.
is PC standalones, Windows, Mac,
Yep, I
Linux.
do. I do. Um, I was I was messing around with some. I was trying to use video generation earlier to conceptualize like a combat system for like an Infinity Engine game mixed with like FF7 Rebirth in my Discord, but it didn't really work out. This is VO3.1, I think.
In the realm of Ethelgard.
I like using the image generation and video generation to kind of like spitball or look up or create conceptual stuff that I might do and whatnot. But I knowledge dump all this stuff too in my Discord. So like I'll drop that in the chat and all my links to all my other stuff. But I've done a lot of video generation. I'm actually going to be giving an AI a keynote speech at one of the top colleges in the world on AI, and I use it all at work and everything, like for pharmacy factory automation. I do a lot of PLC programming as a in my day job, a lot of hardware, software, high speed automations. But game dev is my passion on the side. So basically, this whole stream, this stream here has just been about me planning out and implementing modding to my game. Uh, but this again, I really enjoy listening to these AI podcasts about really deep technical topics or things I want to learn about when I'm on the go or just as I'm
Linux,
like
you'll typically
passively
be using
working.
Unity's monoscripting backend.
Right.
Mono includes a GIT compiler. So on PC, the Roslyn asset works perfectly. You get runtime compilation.
But yeah, like so that's kind of my workflow there. Deep research, then I go from the deep research document and I go to the canvas and I start building out. I give a project plan in phases. So phase one, phase two, phase two, or where is that? Yeah, sprint two. Sorry, so it's phases and sprints or whatever. It should just be one, but now I use this project plan to one keep myself and my ADHD self on track, but I also have this saved in my G drive. So I have documentation of all the things I've built along the way. But as I work through this, I have it update the project plan. So once I'm done with phase one, phase two, it'll check it off here. And then we'll keep, and basically if sometimes like you can be working in a context window and it gets too long in the tooth and it's starting to lose track of stuff, I'll create a new window, start a new conversation, give it the project plan, and give it all the code that's been worked on so far, and say, hey, review the code against the project plan and update the project plan to where we're at, and then let's continue the project plan. So the deep research to project plan is what I use. I use that project plan to guide the AI, no matter if it's Gemini, ChatGPT. I can take this plan around with me, and sometimes I just work the plan myself. But because this is kind of a case study and like an example of how to use AI tools to better research, plan, and implement, this is my flow though. So all the systems I've implemented so far here have been with this project plan. So like this is what this is like the procedural generation for local map that I built out. All these systems I've hand rolled from this workflow. So this is what like a local map gen looks like right now. If I'll show you kind of what all I got here. And if you played Rimworld, you'll know uh, sort of what I'm doing here. So in Rimworld, hold on, I gotta fix something. Hold on a sec. I've just added the assets for modding to the game, and I was working through an issue right there, but let me get that done real quick. Now you want to complain some more? Yeah. Let me just delete this real quick so I can show you. I haven't got actually into implementing this yet. But all the systems I've built so far have been with this workflow. And typically I'll use an asset that is already has these features, and it allows me to implement them quickly. But for this game, and it's about 2 months into it, I have rolled all these systems by hand. One, I learned UI Toolkit, the new UI methodology in Unity 6.2. And I've learned procedural generation. I've learned data-driven scriptable objects and event-driven architecture. Well, I already knew event-driven architecture, but I've used scriptable objects, but I always defaulted to JSON or XML for data in situations like this. But now I've got everything in the game is a scriptable object, basically. So it's a very designer-friendly architecture. Anybody who wants to create a new class would just come in here, add a new class scriptable object, set it up, and now there's a new class in the game. No code changes. So that's one of the big wins of scriptable architecture, or data-driven, or and scriptable objects. This is the world generation screen. So I've got this generation pipeline that will build a planet and all the geographical information. So like, let me see here. This kind of represents the noise or the local map where I'm clicking. So as I click around, you'll see kind of like that this is the Perlin noise, or the noise data generated for this section of the planet, right? So here's the top of a mountain. Here's like a forest, a flat land. If you want to start up here in the tundra, make life hell, you can start up here. But basically, the road generation and river generation still buggy. See, like the roads are kind of weird, but I'm working on that. And you can basically see it build roads across the ocean and crap. You pick where you're going to start your game out at, and depending on where you go, you can be easier or harder on yourself. So that's world gen. Here's character creation. This is my first UI using UI Toolkit instead of UGUI. And this is a very web-based character flow. And it's not completely done yet, but a lot of the bones are here. Randomize your stats. You can have different health effects like this. This character has an old scar and causes 10% pain or chronic pain. And there's different teammates you're going to be able to create. Your main protagonist and your teammates are going to go with you to where you pick the location on the planet. And then this is, I've got the AI director I've built that's going to kind of cause all the emergent gameplay. It's going to be running in the background, monitoring your current wealth, how well you're doing, and ramp up the difficulty of the game world and all these different things. So again, I've got a full inventory system. I've created all these tools here, every screen here. So I'll go to the item editor. I've used the same workflow I just described to build this item editor. So here I can build the item definition. I can add properties to it. I can change the stats. Ooh, what's that? Oh, shit. Fuck yeah, let's go. Hi, everybody. What's up, everybody? I got to give my spiel again. Thanks for the raid, man. Appreciate it. Really appreciate it. First raid since I started streaming again. Thank you much. I appreciate you. How you guys doing? Where were you just streaming? Oh, hell yeah. All day long. This is since COVID. I've been growing this guy. I love it. Have you played Rimworld or Elin? That's right. That's right. They have patience, and they can deal with, adversity or something. how's it? How's everyone doing? Let me give you my spiel. I was just kind of actually going through it. All right, so Rimworld's a very deep colony sim game and life sim game. Elin's pretty much the same thing. And the Rimworld like flow. So right now I don't have a name for the game. That's why the stream is titled as this. So here's like the conceptual start screen right now. It's obviously going to change a lot. If anyone's a Unity developer, Fist of the Forgotten, I'm going to have to look that up. So the start screen, you would go from here to World Gen. Now, World Gen is going to create a procedural planet, and it's going to do rainfall, calculate all the temperatures, erosion, and the sea levels, and all that good stuff, right? And so now you can kind of pick where you want to start the game at on the planet here. And this right here represents the noise data for the local space on the world planet. So like, where are we? Hold on a sec. My triplanar shader is a little bugged right now. I gotta slide it. Where is that? Oh, I got the wrong thing selected. My bad. I gotta make this default to the right thing. So now the planet here is procedurally generated. I have a generation pipeline that I've built that does multiple phases. Right now, the road networks, these lines and the yellow dots are settlements. The road generation and river generation is a little bugged. That's the next thing I'm working on. But over here, you can see the geograph or the noise data for the location you're dropping at. And then if you go to, let's find like a high mountain area, like you can start on top of a mountain, you can start in a forest or in plains, or if you really want to make life hell, you can start in the tundra or up here in the ice plains or in a desert or wherever. Like you pick where you're going to start your colony or your town or whatever. And then once you've picked your thing, you would now next go flow into character generation. And with this project, I'm 2 months into this project, and with this project, I've learned UI toolkit, um, and a few other things like, let me see here. So this is the local map gen. Oh wait, I meant to go to character creation. So character creation is this is my first UI toolkit UI instead of using the old UGUI, which I freaking love UI toolkit now. But you can create your characters, they have different traits. They can start with different afflictions or bonuses. They get a childhood and an adult background, and that affects your starting stats. Your favorite color. Right now, the placeholder art here doesn't change, but this is how you create your first team and your main protagonist. Um, well, the difference from Rimworld is you control your protagonist, and you have your pawns, your subs, and or your residents. And then you go. This is kind of that spot you just picked on the world map. This is what the local map is going to be looking like. So this is the procedural gen. And I've built some really cool tools to create for the procedural generation and the biome setup that allow me to rapidly take a folder of assets and generate a biome. This plane shouldn't be on. So this is kind of what like the forest biome's kind of looking like right now. But I was in the middle of the crafting UI and let me turn this guy off real quick. Where's that plane? So here, kind of working through all the crafting benches and getting that all figured out. Right now, this is kind of the player character temporarily. So if you've ever played a roguelike where, and again, it's not, you move, the world's paused when you're not taking an action, but when you move, everybody in the world is moving and updating. So all enemies and like everything happens as you move and gets updated. And it's nighttime. Hold on. Got a really detailed debug menu here. But so it's kind of what is it? I'm using the A-Star pathfinding project, all that. If I had an enemy in here, you would see them move and come after me and all that. But right now, I'm just kind of working on crafting. But again, that's kind of the gist of it. I've got all kinds of different work done, the level editor, the inventory, the container inventory system, NPC actions. So say you go to the crafting workbench, like in Dwarf Fortress or Rimworld, you say, I want 12 wooden clubs made. Your residents, if they're not hungry, pissed off, or if their psychological needs are all met and all that, they will go find the ingredients in the containers or in the environment, go to the station, craft that thing, go put it in storage, then they'll go find something to eat or whatever, or they'll defend the base against a raid. There's an AI director that kind of sits in the background and watches how you and as you're going, and it will offer help if you're getting into like you've just had a bad luck back to back, but as you get things go on, like every so often, it's going to send some event to your way. It could be a merchant, it could be a raid of enemies, it could be a crazy storm or whatever. But the AI director is responsible for the emergent storytelling and keeping the flow, like random, kind of monitors your wealth, how well you're doing, and a lot of different factors in your stress level. And then different events will fire off from it and all that. So it kind of creates that again, the Rim World, it kind of has the same thing. And the reason I like those games a lot, but I'm really focusing on controller support for this because those games are very keyboard and mouse heavy. So I always wanted one where I could just chill with the controller. And that's what a lot of it's been doing. So here I'm kind of working through the crafting UI right now to, if you've played again older roguelikes and all that, I want you to be able to menu the styling for this thing is fucked up right now. I was just kind of playing with shit, but you should be able to work this menu with your left hand. So like right now, if I want to go to the magic category, I can hit 6, 3, or go A to go back to all. And then here's the keybinds for these things. So I can do like W or E, and it switches to the sword, or like T. And then I can update the quantity real quick if I need to, or I can hit C to craft. So I want you to be able to menu fast and quickly. And whenever your keyboard and mouse, the keybinds will correspond to keys here. The player shouldn't be moving in the background, but I don't have the UI manager on right now. And then there's pagination here, so you can kind of flip through this. And then it's B and V to quickly. So every menu is going to allow you to have shortcuts assigned to all the most important elements. So I could do this whole menu with my left hand and quickly get in and out of it. So quick menuing, and the controller is going to also work that way. I'll have to I got to get the glyphs and all that set up and get the input switching from controller to keyboard and mouse, but the numbers would switch to controller buttons and all that. And you're going to use toggle or the triggers to kind of pick which thing you're manipulating, but you should be able to menu just as fast as I can do with my left hand. Hey, Avas. With keyboard and mouse, you should be able to menu all the UIs with the controller super fast. Whereas typically with controllers, you got the virtual mouse you're moving around, right? Like Destiny, I mean, a lot of games, right? Especially if you got a grid-based inventory and shit, virtual mousing, dragging and dropping, a lot of fine-tuned stuff is annoying as shit with virtual mouse. And I'll have the virtual mouse too for the left right stick. But the system I'm coming up with, and this menu is setting the foundation for that, is you'll be able to menu with the controller through these menus quickly, just as I did with the keyboard and mouse. So yeah. I'm working on the USS and the styling and colors and all that for this menu still, so it's in flux. And then like kind of following the Sky UI mod from Skyrim for your inventory. So this will be the inventory screen, and you'll be able to menu this one just as fast with keyboard and mouse or with a controller. And every single system is backed by scriptable data objects. So the AI, their actions, their goals, their considerations, their thoughts are all scriptable objects, and I can create new actions, new goals. The backstories for your characters are scriptable objects. What is that? Oh, that's an editor bug. I gotta fix that. The biomes, everything there is scriptable objects. Unity is. So I'm gonna look up Fist of the Forgotten. I'm gonna restart the editor real quick too. Let me see what you got going on. Oh, I love the stash. Is that you?
You're
Is
not gonna
it?
actually have the fist when you're fighting this thing. So I gotta figure out how I'm gonna make this battle work out. Get a dodge and weave and somehow disable it. Kinda, sort of. Something horrible's happened.
I love the beard, man.
Tearing this apart. That looks questionable up there.
So what's the overall synopsis of this one here? Platformer with physics-based puzzles, it looks like. Hit you with that subscribe and like. Okay, cool.
Not quite what I'm going for.
Where's Kook? There we go.
There was some brush that I had that was like doing a little
Substance painter, nice.
Veins and stuff, but I don't remember what it was. Language of the gods. Oh, no, it flipped it.
What's Kook about?
I'm always skeptic.
Oh, I love the aesthetic.
Probably put way more effort into that than I needed to, considering people are probably going to see him super small and then he's just going to boop left. And make this active. Well, that did not work as well as I'd hoped. It was a nice thought, but
So you're Godot. Hit him with that knowledge. Oh, this is like an interactive sim or immersive sim. Oh, beautiful. So I own so many damn assets. Like I even I can like I don't know if you use asset. Oh no, wait, you're not on Unity, are you? What is it? The hold on a sec. I want to finish this. Oh, that's dope. That's so cool. There's a lot of really, I don't know, like cool stuff I haven't seen before. That's really, I love it. You're actually on you're the logo or the splash. Every time I get my mustache long enough to do anything with it, I decide, oh, I need to go to the barber to get it cleaned up. And I still haven't found a barber that I can reliably go to. So like usually I was on the East Coast for work the last couple months. And a barber out there just butchered my mustache and the length of it. I mean, it's just some chips. So what I've been working on tonight is adding modding to the video game. So basically I was researching modding for mono behavior, the mono backend modding. So the Roslyn and the just-in-time modding approach. And then I was like, I was going to go for console modding as well. But as I dug deeper into console modding tonight, so here is like my my research document on modding. And I've used UMod 2.0 for modding before. and I really like it. It makes it really awesome. And the modders can actually take my modding package, Unity package, and open up Unity and work in Unity to build new content, scripts, logic, anything, any Unity asset can be built out by modders, scenes, whatever. And then they export their mod from Unity. So they use the same environment and workflow that I'm doing to build the game. And you mod 2.0 really makes this a breeze to do. Oh, I love it. Yeah, it's where I got most of my time in, and I love C sharp. Just big fan. I do a lot of pharmacy factory automation and PLC programming, and we use C sharp a lot. We've been converting all our legacy C++ systems to C sharp. But so like when it comes to modding for consoles, consoles are way more restrictive for one, and you got to use the interpreted language to C++ because it's AOT and not you can't use JIT or the Roslyn right for modding. And the deeper I dug in, I was starting off this project plan to support modding on Linux, PC, Mac, and consoles. But for consoles, I got to go this route, and I've got to use the CIL and .now for interpolation and to load the mods and the raw C sharp and etc. And then I was digging into one, you got to get permission to be able to mod on from Microsoft, all of them. Two, you either have to build your own modding platform to get your mods there, and that has to have strict, moderation because the consoles just require that. Two, a lot of the games that are moddable on consoles, it's just swapping assets or data. Like you can swap out, like Baldur's Gate 3 on console allows modding that has scripting, and but it's their own proprietary scripting language. I think it's called Story Script or something. So they can allow that, but a lot of the other games that have mods on consoles uh, don't. There's just usually an asset swap or changing a data file, like a scriptable object or an JSON, all that. Oculus, yeah, VR programming is pretty interesting. I've dabbled in it a little, but yeah, I'm gonna try to just ship really Windows and Linux is where I'm targeting right now. But another thing is like mod.io is one way they actually have integrations with consoles and allow you to host mods and simply mod for console, but they're a business to business model. There's costs associated with that. If your mods aren't purchasable with some kind of currency on the consoles, um, for yet another game I'd like to create. Yeah, that's the curse of game dev. You're like, oh no, you keep. I've been hammered. This is 2 months into this project for me right now, and I've been staying very focused on it. And I've been using this workflow where I use deep research to research it, and then I build out a project plan in phases and sprints. And then that helps me kind of stay aligned to my feature, but I'm also documenting the features as I build them. So the deep research for a feature I want to do, I would say, okay, I want a crafting and inventory system in Unity 6.2 or whatever. And I want it to be data driven with scriptable objects. I want it to be event driven, and I want the inventory system to be decoupled. And I can take that and use it in multiple games or bundle it up as an individual asset. And that's kind of the research I do for every feature, and that's why everything is so data driven in my game right now. But from that, so this is my deep research here, and now I was working on the project plan right here. So implementing modding here, and I've got all my phases and everything, and I'm just kind of working through this until I get to the end of it. But I export the project plan out to G Drive, and then I just kind of work through this and I update it as I go. Oh shit. Physics games are fun, man. I don't know, like something about when you get a groove and you get moving, it just feels good, especially when it's I don't know. Yeah, I'm trying to think of that one game. It's like a platformer parkour game. Oh, I cannot remember the name of it. I played the hell out of it back in the day. Um, let's see how deep I am in the weeds here. Uh, Checking in religiously. Source control is your friend. Always make sure you're using it. So I have some tools for my procedural gen systems that I can dump out the information to the clipboard and to the console. So here I can see that this map spawned 4,500 objects. Here's how many of each object. So I can kind of see if I got my procedural gen settings right. Is something spawning too much, too little? And then here's the procedural map generation settings and information about all the details that can be spawned into the environment. So the mushroom requires a minimum vegetation of 0.12, minimum fertility of 14, avoids rocks, or requires rocks, avoids rocks. Oh, it's hard to find people to stay committed to anything. Or I don't know. I've gotten good over the years. I kind of can tell if someone's got the drive or the passion for game dev, or if they're serious. And 99% of people aren't that serious, um, unfortunately. So yeah, a lot of the work's going to fall on you until you kind of have a team or a group of people who are kind of share that goal or vision. Um, was it? I've got a composer. I've got two really awesome composer friends. So music and sound effects I've got on lock. They do some big name stuff for like football, baseball teams, IBM, the government, all kinds of different stuff. They're really talented guys. But artists is where I kind of don't have an artist right now, so it's up to me to do a lot of the art. But over the years, I've amassed a shitload of game assets. Right, every time there's a bundle on Humble Bundle, there's a sale or whatever. I buy them. I just keep amassing game assets to kind of cure my artist problem a little bit. But here's my asset database. So I've got 3,000 packages indexed and a total of 1.4 million index files that I can easily search for. So say if I want audio, images, video, prefabs, materials, shaders, models, animations, fonts, I have a massive uh, repository of game assets. So if I need a sword, um, oh yeah, animation's fun as hell. I like blocking the blocking out the keyframes, like, and then kind of smoothing in, filling in the details and stuff. Like, I'm not the best animator, but I can do it. Um, sure, I'm always down. I want to see. I love seeing what other people are working on. Cute as hell. That kind of is. Let me show you some videos here to kind of highlight the style I'm going after. But I was going with 2D sprites, and they were kind of be like chess pieces, right? And as you're moving around the game world, um, I was trying to nail that Octopath Traveler look. Was it that's another thing I'm weak at. Or well, I'm not weak at, I just haven't invested a lot of time into it, is the story building or world building, story building. Um oh, where is it? Do, 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 do. There we go. So this kind of encapsulates the look I've kind of got right now for the game. Um, so I kind of want to do that Octopath Traveler's vibe. And I was going to go with just 2D sprites, so that are on quads. But I'm starting to tilt back towards 3D models for the characters because the animation retargeting, and it's just, I don't know, like I have thousands, I have animations for about every damn thing you could ever want. He wants the chips, man. He wants those chips. Thanks for stopping by, man. Thanks for the raid for sure. Let me drop my socials and you guys can give me a follow. Appreciate it. And it's good chatting with you. All right, back to modding. I wanted to get, I'm starting modding and localization is two things I'm starting to work on right now because it's better to do those things early and from the beginning. I'm 2 months into the project and I want to make sure I've got modding. Again, I've done modding before, so I know how it's going to work. I just have to approach it for this game and its base. And then localization is one that I actually haven't done a ton of work in, but I understand the concepts. But I'm investing time this weekend into both of those, and then more UI work and crafting. So like here is like the item editor that I've built. So here I can click on any item, I can fill out its definition, I can give it different properties, armor, equipment, potion, resource, weapon. There'll be a lot more properties. And then the recipe is right here. I can pick the ingredients, the station, and then I can save that out. I can save out the scriptable objects for these items, and I can quickly build new items for the game and their recipes and their properties, objects in one screen. Whereas over here, I would have to go to create items, item definition, then back here, create items, or crafting, recipe definition, create items, properties. There's a lot of menuing. There's a lot of UI work. And every time you create a new object in the project, it recompiles. It's just slow. So I built this item editor window to make creating new items super fast, and it defaults a lot of stuff. So say I ain't got an image for it yet, it stubs in the default image, and I should put the world prefab that you should default that to. Thought I had that. But anywho, that's the item creation, or my item editor that I built. So I got one screen, one place, quickly can search through all my items, quickly make new items, and change all the properties on the items. And I've created a lot of tools to make production of biomes, items, classes, characters, all that, like backstories. I can create new ones, create new health effects, new uh, the whole health system like simulates your organs, your limbs, all that. new classes, factions, different psychology assets for the NPCs, races, skills, traits, world gen. So I've created a lot of different editor scripts like the item window to help me either debug or quickly build out content for the game. So these are really no one's going to ever really know about it, but it's quality of life for me. So it's just kind of again, the almost everything in the game is a scriptable object or data driven. So I can quickly update everything. And it's just a really, really nice setup. And I've approached every feature that way so far. All right, what was I doing? Modding. This is a cool website too, if anyone's interested. But you're seeing this game UI database. It's a really awesome website to kind of get some inspiration or find different. So they look up settings menus for different games. You can look up dialogue and speech GUIs. It's great for just kind of looking at a bunch of games and their interfaces without having to boot them up. I love this website. Wish list this one. Is Fist on the Steam yet? I'm gonna follow you on Twitch and everything too. And you're on it. Add it to wish list. All right, followed you there. Or do you multi-stream or is it just Twitch? Oh no, I guess I saw it on YouTube too. Compile from source. Okay. I need to add back the Roslyn compiler. Or do I? I'm still not sure I need the Roslyn runtime compiler. Yeah, I don't think I do. The last time I implemented modding, I didn't use the Roslyn compiler, so Still on the fence about that one. I can move forward without it for now. It's bugging me. I just want to get it working. Hold on. Is my internet dropping? Okay. No drop frames. Okay. One cool thing about the runtime compiler is I could actually create a debug window to allow me just to write out some C# script and test something on the fly and during runtime. But other than that, it's really for loading the raw C# and DLLs into memory and into the app domain for the modding. I still don't, I'm just like on the fence if I need it because Umod by itself with the asset bundles and just an API exposed through the modding package that I provide modders has handled almost everything I need when it came to modding. You can add levels, you can add new content, new scripts, new logic. You can hook into existing functions and again, I can tailor what they can access. And then typically with the modding, I'm going to follow the pattern like Zomboid. You have your mod list, and say you got a mod that's just a util library that a lot of other mods leverage. It would need to be below or earlier in the list. And then this mod here has conflicts with another mod because they both have modded the same function. Yeah, it's Friday. I'm not typically up at 2 a.m. But I've been just on the research bender, especially about modding consoles. I've been so digging into that, and finally I just said nope. No, thank you. I don't want to deal with it. What kind of dog do you have? Paintball 2? Nope. I got an old. My dog's old. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. From back in the day, right? When was this released? Why does this look so familiar? Yeah, yes, I remember this. Man, this is unlocking a core memory for sure. Holy cow. Social Saturday? Does it have or no, obviously it's probably didn't have proximity chat or none of that. Like oh no shit. Dude, that's awesome. Yeah, I need that. I need the link to that Discord. This looks. I man, I've seen this before. Like I remember playing this thing.
Oh, get PGP. Oh, darn it.
Thank you, thank you.
I got a taste of my own medicine right there.
Ooh. You just like threw me in a voice chat.
Wait.
Doing 900 miles an hour in total.
Did I not grab the flag?
No.
I thought I ran straight over the middle of it. Whoops.
Don't do that.
Thanks for the link.
That's really bad, isn't it?
That's pretty dumb.
Oh, damn it.
What time are you guys doing it?
I think we should turn gravity off of it. Because you can clearly see we're in outer space.
Ah.
And I would really like to see a lot of people just collect it. Yes! Just have a load.
That is awesome.
Oh crap, I can't hit anybody.
One p.m. Yeah, I'll see if I'll try to make it. That would be fun. I probably need to install it and all that. What is Can't remember how I need to reference this library. After we recently got our first cat about a year ago. I spent probably 2 hours in my Discord chatting today. I've probably spent probably $400 or $500 on assets today. There's a hell of a sale going on, and there's a lot of really good assets. So I beefed up my asset library a lot today. I'm not the DLL is in a plugin folder. What is your malfunction? All right, ciao ciao. Have a good one. Make sure that puppers is okay. Why oh why are you being a pain in my butt? I think the plugin folder needs to be in the root directory, but it's been a while since I've referenced system DLLs directly. Oh, I also think it is because of my... Oh, modding, you pain in the butt sometimes. Oh, where is it? Assemblies, I believe. Oh, the import settings. Any platform editor. Auto reference. I got the link to Discord. Where's the installer at? Oh, wait. No, that's not what I want. External. I'm gonna get completely owned, but I'll play. I remember playing this back in the day, man. I really do. Like, it's so crazy. Like, as soon as I saw the images, it's just like, I'm gonna have to get some practice runs in. I'm gonna get murdered. I'm not very agile. Meow. We had a dog. I've always been a dog guy. Last year we got our first cat, a $60 cat. Um, and how fast I became a cat dad was nuts. We went from one cat to three cats. We bought a Russian Blue, which was like an $1,800 cat, and then we bought a Maine Coon, which was like 4 grand. All said and done, and now I got a dog and three cats, and I am just like I don't know, like freaking love those cats. I went crazy cat dad fast. I think I know why it's not working. I hope this is not the reason. Editor. Our dog is like 12 years old. He's just chill. He's just, I don't know, he's like the best dog. I love him. Why can you not find it? It's right there. Let me build. Yeah, I'll download or I actually did already download it. Yeah, Tube is great to meet some more people in the community. I just got back into streaming probably a month or two ago. About 2 months actually. You should hit me up with a follow. Trying to get past. I think I broke the 200 mark. Finally. Oh, sweet. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, this Streamlabs event thing doesn't work the greatest. I'm still trying to get my like OBS and everything set up again. I used to have this all dialed in. Because I think my alerts are broken or the raid alert went off. I don't know. I gotta spend some time to get everything set up again. I had, still kind of figuring out a lot of the streaming stuff, but I'm getting there. Auto reference. Windows. Oh yeah, the ASDF, that's right. None. Why is that not her? Assembly cache. Do I gotta make that file? Again, I don't think I need this, but it's gonna be something that I'm trying to get. I want the complete package. Code security. Come on now, where is it? I think I have to create the assembly definition file manually. You just need oh, hold on a sec. We're good there. Nothing different. Where'd it go? This is going to take a moment. All right, while that's cooking, I will. What will I do? Can't check in yet. Yeah, I'm gonna if I can't get the code analysis C# DLL to resolve here shortly, I'm gonna move on without it. See you later. I just noticed it. Sorry. Have a good night. I should probably go to bed. 2:35 and DLLs are giving me pain. Modding is such a tricky thing, but once I get this all set up, I'll be good. I'm gonna go ahead and kick off the deep research. All right. Oh, shit. I think that worked. Let's find out. Let's go. Open up a random script here. Nope. You being a pain in my butt. The DLL is there. Stop it. I have to. Where is that link? Roslyn, assembly definition. There you go. Settings drawer. Yeah, I'm about to just give up on the runtime compiler. I don't need it for what I want to do. It's just extra features. Man, I've never had that much trouble trying to get DLL referenced. Unity, internal bridge. It's crazy. Like, I don't understand it. Let's see here. Sorry, I'm reading through documentation. Oh, why is this being such a booger? I want to compile C#. Oh, that could be it. Nope, single instance. All right, so if I go here and I go to Explorer, So I'm on 210. Is this the .NET Standard DLL or is this the .NET Framework DLL? Let's see if that's what the problem is. I will get modding to work. Editor assembly compatibility level. All right, I give up. I don't cur. Last chance for romance. System dot collections immutable. Ah, this is correct. This is bullshit. I'm not going to use it. I'm done with it. I'm done fighting it. I am done fighting it. I will have to do more research on it. No, there it is. Mutable. don't understand why you can't find the DLL. Oh, okay, wait. Maybe this is it. Sorry, I'm so spaced out. I wanted to get a lot further with this, but I decided I wanted this damn thing. Oh, wait. I bet you I know what it is. Umod, Rosalind C Sharp. Yeah, I don't know. I give the F vote. We are not going to use the runtime script compilation. We don't really need it. It's just a cool thing. And I'm wasting way too much time on it. Yeah. Goodbye. I'll investigate it more. I'll probably figure it out tomorrow once I've got a fresh set, but it's like 3 a.m. I am losing it. All right, I'm going to work on the mod loader, mod manager screen. I should just go to bed. I'm going to bed. Pretty sure. All right. Yeah, I don't see anything. Wait, hold on. That's gone. That's right. I deleted it. Yeah, I'm going to call it. I need to go to bed. It is 3 a.m. I will talk to y'all tomorrow. Have a good one. Thanks for the raid. And if you guys get a chance, hit that follow button, like and subscribe, do the things, press the buttons. I would appreciate it. And I appreciate y'all. Have a good night. Real. See you later.